You know, this thing's in worse condition than I remember it being in, which is unfortunate. Does Kershaw do a spa treatment? If Benchmade does a spa treatment, I think they do. I could send all of the Benchmades in all at once and have them all worked on at the same time and then shipped all back at the same time. And it'll cost me less. It's a thought. Might work out. Is there any sort of bottle or something that I have that is empty? I can stonewash it in. With water. How's it going, guys? How you guys doing? A bottle of some sort. That I can put water in and roll around. That one's aluminum though. Oh, I've got one in stainless. Okay, yeah, that'll work. I'll be right back. This will work out great. If it'll fit the blade in there. I need to get a bigger one of these. Grab my other phone. Look up a video on how to do this. Cody, what's up? How's it going over in Canada? YouTube. How to stonewash a knife. A knife blade. Not acid wash, stone wash. Not acid wash, not acid wash. Imagine that. It's cold. What a shocker. So do I just like tape it off? Going fine. Nothing super interesting. Thinking about stonewashing a Spyderco while we're sitting here. So I have something to do. And then we'll be cleaning this thing up and hopefully selling it tonight. Because I have somebody that's interested in it. Although it's in slightly worse condition than I thought it was. Yes, but I'm sticking it in a water bottle full of ceramic tumbly shit and then water and shaking it around. Basically. But I need to know if packaging tape is good enough. But anyway, I gotta take it apart first. So, we'll start with taking it apart. T8. I'm trying to be a little bit more interactive in the stream. Maybe it'll get more people to show up, maybe not. I guess we'll find out. The problem with talking like this isn't how I talk. Yeah, that's the $1.55. Made in 2021. Okay, we'll go ahead and put this back together for now so that I don't lose any parts. Because believe me, losing a part on one of these things would suck. Oh, beautiful. That just worked out perfect right there. All fine and dandy. Pull and peel. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what this means. YouTube's telling me to ask you guys if you believe in luck. God damn. Whoa, that was weird. You ever sneeze and everything goes blurry for a second there? Couldn't have taken any longer for me to do that second sneeze. You shitting me? I don't know what you're talking about, ground fog. But we're going to go with the Scotch packaging tape that I use. And just hope that it works out. Well, I think that everything is based on luck, but not like a karma type luck. Kind of just shit just happens the way that it does. And you can't do anything about it. No, it more tells me every once in a while it says, "Hey, you should put this ask me anything question up there." And I figure I'm going to start using those since at least it's giving me something to talk about. Oh, you know what? Why don't I use an X-Acto blade for this, considering that's what they're made for? Pick one that's sharp. Likely, but I don't think that YouTube gives a shit, so... If you want to send them an email, you can. Will it go anywhere? Probably not. Well, that's going well. Hell yeah. My personal EDC this week is my wallet. Oh, I gotta redo that because I didn't clean it off first. Damn it. Oh, that shit stuck pretty well. Forgot to clean it though, so... What was I talking about? Wallet, keys. This week I've got a QB Titius in my pocket for a knife. And I decided that that's all that I'm going to carry. For at least today, anyway. Time to start over. Yes, I did forget to decootify it. It has cooties all over it. At least tape is cheap. Beautiful. Okay, so I've got that in a line with the jimping and the cutout for the finger choil, which means that I should be able to line up the other side perfectly as well. And have a nice clean line. Okay. So now I cut that. I'm going to cover the lock face as well. I think Ground Fog saw the same thing that I saw on Facebook. The quote unquote ghost gun on that one TV show. Yeah, it's got liners. They're full nested liners. Liquid Grin, what's up? Welcome back. Yeah, imagine that. Okay, there we go. Likewise, I hope everybody's having a good night. Okay, so now it's time to swap sides. And tape up the other side. You do whatever you have time to do. Beautiful. Oh, that lined up perfect. At this point, I can just cut out a square. Yeah, for some reason, YouTube's chat thing makes no sense. Like, I can understand the people donating shit get to be in first place. That makes perfect sense. But it's not by the amount of time you've been here. It's not by how long you've been subscribed. It's not by how many things you've said. How it works does not add up. Heavy is the head. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Okay, I think we've got it all taped up and ready to go. Tape looks good. I'm gonna swap out that blade for the blade that I used on dumb shit, because that one's actually sharp, and this thing, gonna doubt it. Well, then go to bed, dude. The downside is I'm definitely gonna have to sharpen this when I'm done. Okay, I emptied it back out. Well, it's not going to have that because I'm not spending extra money to do that. Ah, I see. Gonna need more than that. One big regurt. Need more than that. It's ceramic. Whatever it does, I can fix it. It's not a big deal. I am doing one. What's up, holy cat? Now we put some water in there. Yeah, whatever it does, I'll fix this. And this is thick enough, it's not a big deal. All I'm worried about is that tape. Yeah, I've never done it either, so off we go, I guess. So we're just trying to get rid of basically all the markings on it. It is real, and the only markings that will be left are the date of manufacturing. Paul, what's up? And where'd the lid go? Fucking piece of shit. Left it over by the sink. And off we go. I'm curious if it's done anything yet, so... Oh, this is gonna take forever. It's done nothing. It literally did nothing. So it's going to be, yeah, a long ass time. I should probably flip it over now that I think about it. Let's fill it up more. 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 Well, at least these things aren't perfect cylinders. They have points. Is that a BB? Oh well. Doesn't really matter anyway. No, I don't. I have a set of hands in 3.5 hours. Can I stay focused the whole time? Probably not. We'll find out though. Keep this thing sealed. And start making a cocktail. Oh yeah, just because that's going to do anything. Oof. I'm definitely not throwing this thing in the dryer. I'm not sure it could handle that. Probably not a bad idea. Which way is it facing? Oh, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Definitely should have kept it with the tip facing up. No, give it to a bartender. Smith, what's up? I'd agree with you on that. Yes. A tumbling machine, definitely. I don't know. Aiden had a great idea of sticking it in a Folgers can and rolling it down a hill. No, I've got the perfect idea. Put it in a can of paint and bring it to a paint mixer. Perfect. Oh, I didn't see the paint mixer idea. As I'm sure you could probably tell because I just brought it up. This isn't doing shit. Genuinely, I don't think that did anything. For the 5 or 6 minutes I've been doing it. Damn. On the bright side, the tape held up just fine. On the downside, if it did nothing in... Well, maybe I've been doing this for around like 7 or 8 minutes. If it didn't do anything in 7 or 8 minutes, it's not going to do anything in 30 minutes. That's unfortunate. Nothing. Damn. Well, there you go. Somebody said like 30 minutes. And I'm not shaking something like that for 30 minutes. There is a slight difference in color. You can see the line. Barely. Oh, I know. I'd like to keep it at a regular, relatively normal shape. I'm sure an acid wash would do something interesting. But I don't think it's going to remove that. You know, let's do this to the Sebenza blade. Why not, right? Not. I don't think anywhere that has acid like that would be open right now. I wouldn't go overnight. If it goes too far and it starts eating shit that I don't want it to eat. We'll continue with the knife from last night. And then we'll finish that knife. This needs resharpened, obviously. Just for shits and giggles. We'll find out how sharp it is. And it's S30V as well, so I wish somebody from USPS could give me an answer to this. But every time that I ship something out using USPS, it arrives where I want it to go in 4 days or less. Right? Okay. That's great. That's an amazing time frame to go to Florida in like 3 days. And I spend what, $5 to get it there in 3 days? But when I buy shit and they ship it through USPS, it takes over a week and a half. It just mildly pisses me off. I don't do custom knives. And I don't do custom armor either. I could if you paid the right price. Now that I think about it. It'd be expensive though. Nope. That is a skill thing. Real quick, there are 2 knives that I sharpened on this today. So I gotta write those down in the book. Oh, yeah. Before we start sharpening it. It's bad. Really bad. Mm. It's a piece of diamond lapping film tape on top of a piece of glass. So, yes, kinda. 'So, yes and no. There is a piece of glass in there, but it's got other stuff on top. So we're not using the glass for sharpening. Glass is just one of the flattest things that's man-made. $500. Still dull. Okay. Down to the 400 diamond plate it is. Yeah, that's not happening for a while, bud. to get past you, let's see, what are you sitting at? So somebody needs to do double what you've said. Or donate a shit ton of money. On top of saying, like, what you've already said. No point in doing that. I don't have a forge. Sounds more like to me that you need somebody keeping watch at night with a rifle. Yeah, sure, wolves can be smart, but a gun can be fast. I'm assuming that that's why a few people are in here. Oof. I could see that coming from Lou. YouTube hasn't suggested anything to talk about in a while. So let me refresh chat and see what it says. Pineapple on pizza? Question mark. And Cody's banned. Anyone else want to say ew? Obviously not if they're giving me boring shit like this. Pineapple on pizza. Like, that's a question everybody. Who hasn't asked that question? Are you kidding me? Can't even come up with an interesting thing to talk about. Fucking piece of shit. Ooh, look at me, I'm YouTube. I'm going to suggest things for people to ask you. What's next? Are you a dog or a cat person? What's one weird thing you collect, guys? That's what YouTube has asked. The dress? What? Because you're not number one anymore. Congratulations, Cody finally took your number one spot. Oh, the purple or yellow one? Alright, YouTube, come on. Come up with some better shit to talk about. Favorite spot in your home? Really? God damn, you. I thought I was boring. My bed, obviously. Where I can escape reality and not have to deal with any bullshit. And all the dumb people leave me alone because they can't get in my bed. No, but I'd probably have more space in my room if I had a bunk bed. At this point, I'm just going to use some sort of random topic generator. Go on to Google and look up random topic generator. Well, generate 5 topics for me. Topics in a single word. Diving. Beer, not my thing. Favorite drink combo at the gas station. Ooh. I don't remember what monster it was, but it was fucking amazing. Um, mango Arizona iced tea, and might catch some flack for this one. Cotton candy Fago. You're done. Dang, I didn't know that Fago was around back then, Cody. Unpopular opinion. Probably black licorice. I hate that stuff. That sucks. I don't live in England. I don't think most of the knives on the table are legal in England either. I think the salt would help. What is the dumbest controversial opinion that you have? Just something so dumb. It's a DMT 600. Beautiful. Speed limit is the flow of traffic. I could get on board with that. Just in general. Like a controversial thing that doesn't have to do with politics or anything like that. You know, a general life thing that you have a controversial opinion on. Well, since that's in quotes, I'm going to take that as somebody else said that. Not you. I'll agree on that one. I don't make knives. I collect them. I thought I said that earlier, but maybe I didn't. Just because you got to work early doesn't mean that you're good at what you do. I do. Right here. Nice and smooth, all broke in and everything. Titanium scales, sheep's foot blade shape. Magna cut steel at 63 to 64 HRC, so heat treated properly. I looked at the flat spot a little more later on. I'm pretty sure that that thing was ground in on purpose. I never ended up calling on that. My stones don't. I lapped mine pretty recently. I've got another controversial opinion. Maybe not controversial, but it's an opinion. I hate the feeling of microfiber cloths. I absolutely hate touching them. I'm the last part of my generation that didn't get consolation prizes. making participation trophies and I don't like how they grab onto my skin. Like when they're worn in, they're not that bad, but when they're brand new, oh my god. It is a sensory nightmare. Just a friendly reminder, this is not magazine paper. It is newsletter paper. You have a good one, Liquid. You're back in #1 again. Oh no. Nope, of course not. So once I get that next knife in hand, which should be sometime next week or the week after, unfortunately. Oh, that's gonna suck. Yes, I'm showing it on stream first. Anyway, once it comes in, it will be the 50th knife that I sharpen on the 500 grit lapping film, and then I'll be making a full review on those lapping films. Because after 50 knives, I mean, how many of you guys are going to sharpen that many knives? And that's just one film. It comes with 3 of the same grit. Oh, that's going to be fun. We could do with a drum roll when it shows up. So I've got a question for you guys, okay? This knife that I'm talking about, it's really expensive. So I'm going to modify it. Do you guys think I should modify it before I bring it on stream? Or after I bring it on stream? I need some help from somebody else to modify it. Don't get stuck. What do you mean by that? It's a good looking knife as it is. The modification will make it look a little bit better though, because it is used. So we could do that, a before and after comparison. It's a pretty decent sized knife. I wouldn't call it small by any means, but it fits my hand pretty well the last time I held one. There's just something that needed changed on it, and I couldn't do it on the one that I held last time, so because it's not mine. But yeah, we could do a before and after comparison. Make a little video on that. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what I'm doing about it, or what I'm doing to it. Unfortunately, the modification is a little bit expensive, but it's well worth it in my opinion. It also kind of gives it away if I tell you what it is, so I doubt you're going to guess what it is. But if I did tell you, it would give it away. I could do a flipper delete myself. It'd just take forever. The modification, I'll tell you what I'm doing, or not what I'm doing, but a little bit about this. The modification I'm doing, I can't do by myself. Abdullah, you just missed me sharpening a knife. Congratulations. My day's fine. Made 20 bucks today sharpening knives. What state is MI? That's either Mississippi or Minnesota. One of the two that the previous owner had it. Oh, Michigan. Okay. I was wrong. Do I have a big knife? Yes, I have a few big knives. Okay, so can somebody tell me why it's going to take... Let's see, it got shipped out 2 days ago. Can somebody tell me why it's going to take from the 4th to the 12th to show up, going from Michigan to Idaho? Oh, we got some pretty decent sized knives on stream. Put this thing down there and let it dry. What's a weird comment? And we have some smaller knives too. I have not. At least I don't remember hearing about them. Yeah, but not from you, Lou. Folders. Nope, 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 nope. Uh-uh. I have one Italian stiletto. Unfortunately, neither can everybody else. Mike, I think you mean spaghetti. Now, if you can spell spaghetti without spell check, I'd actually be impressed. I'm saying that because I can't. Pischetti. Close enough. Getty. Serengeti. Noodles and gravy. Close enough, right? Don't give me that shit. I know this thing ain't glued together. Where's my, Oh, you've got a polished edge. Give me just a second, guys. Medi. I don't know. I like noodles and gravy. That sounded good. Oh, yes, the pry bar. The Spyderco pry bar. Maybe call it the Spry bar or something. I don't know. You fucking kidding me? That explains a lot. This is a one-piece handle. And Spyderco, I hope you know that I dislike you very much for this. This shit's gonna go flying. Or not. Well, that was probably best case scenario right there. How's it going Roy? Yes, but what is the definition of stank, my guy? Yeah, if the titanium scales for this thing weren't $90 or $70 or whatever they were, I would have gotten them by now. But they cost almost as much as the knife itself, and I said no to that because holy shit, that's a lot of money. For a set of scales this small? Fuck that. Neither can I, but they don't make my cart of scales for this thing either, I don't think. So I'm stuck with this for now. Grease. Get me some grease on this. I should get enough money to upgrade it to tie. But again, $70. Okay, Roy, cool down. No. Piece of shit. Fucking twisting in my hand instead of... Yeah, believe me, after looking at me. No, I didn't. It's in there. There's another one. Diamond plates, mostly. You know my identity. I'm sure you do. Not all that worried about it. Yeah, I'll be honest, I doubt he's worried about it either. I already said I use diamond plates to sharpen. Like this. Damn, I was kind of hoping that Barlow Brigade would show up. I've got a knife for him to buy. How do I maintain my knife? What do you mean by that? There we go. Sent him an email. No, I don't. That was a one-time thing. I'm not supposed to tell people about it. Okay would be me. Well, first of all, damn. What 3 knives are you talking about? And then, second of all, what knife's in your pocket? Because I'm doubting I'm all that interested. The Titius, the Mini Adamas, and the Ladybug, or the Dragonfly too. I don't know what's in your pocket. Probably a middle finger. Yeah, definitely not. I already have one of those. I need to get myself an Umnums on. It's a knife. I'll show you a picture. It's that. Need to get me one of them. Sit there and fidget with it till it's broken in. I don't know if I'd give it that much credit. It's probably pretty up there, though. Oh, I've got the $1.55. It's got a few more scratches than I thought it did. Up here. On both sides. So what are you thinking? I've got a number in mind. $3. No. $65, I think, is more than they go for new. I'm thinking 35. I'm talking about selling this knife. Okay. I know you'll get the money for it. I'm not super worried about it. Do you want it polished first? Or do you want it the way it is? And by polished, I mean all the brass I can do right here on stream. Okay, fair enough. in that case, I'll drop it down to 33. Less work for me. Do you want it sharpened? Actually, is it sharp? I never tested that. That could be better. It's not terrible though. Backwash diet slice? Ooh, no thanks. Okay. Sounds like a deal. I need more titanium in the collection. When's that gonna be? What? 15th? It'll get there by then. Guaranteed. Well, you think I'm ashamed of listening to white girl music? Really? Well, hopefully you enjoy it, because I've only owned it for a day. Ooh. Yep, we'll go with that. Yeah, sure. Buck knives matter. I'll stick with my Reeves, you stick with the buck. kind of feel bad for playing with it so much. Yep, you go ahead and continue packing if you want to do that. Appreciate you dropping in. Didn't expect you to get my email that quick. Because I don't check my email almost ever. Unless I'm expecting something anyway. Do I hunt? I don't. I need to get a rifle set up for hunting. Hey Lou, can you do me a favor and have like a list of quotes from me in a notes app or something? Or go into the community page and put that quote on the community page. I'm not gonna put any context to it. James, what's up? How's it going? There was a solar eclipse recently. Didn't know that. Mm. Oh, I've been going all right. Yeah, that would explain why I didn't see anything. I've never seen any wolves in person. Nope. I see. Buck has a customs side of their job or their website where you can have customized versions of their knives. Well, as long as you like it. Oh, I know which knife you're talking about then. I sharpened one of those the other day with green G10. Well, if you want to spend a couple hundred renting a gun or a few thousand building it, then you do you, boo. A solid thermal optic I was looking at was like 4,300. Nice. My truck is pushing on 6K. My collection's pushing up to 6K too. I'm thinking about doing a Ruger American build. 5.56/223. So at least I have the 5.56 option where you don't with the 223 barrel. Vortex optic of some sort, probably a 3x9. Bipod of some sort. 10 round mag, but you could do a 30 round mag because it takes AR mags. So a bolt action with a 30 round mag. Yeah, I know. 5.56 will shoot 223. 223 won't shoot 5.56. Hence why I'm going with a 5.56 barrel. On the off chance that there are deer with ballistic vests, if you get where I'm going with that, uh, green tip is nice to have as an option. I know. Well, I'm not trying to get political, but Biden was talking about that while he was in office that you don't need a 30 round mag. Deer don't have uh, ballistic vests. Well, it wasn't for deer, but I'm sure some of you got the point. Yes, depleted uranium tip. Depleted uranium core. That would be nice. Oh shit. Green tips aren't that expensive. They're like what, 75 cents a round or something? Oh, there's the cap. Anyway, what are you up to, Aiden? You woke up early? Yeah, early. Oh yeah, those would be a little too pricey. Sure, it's not like you're going to use them all the time anyway. It's just nice for those deer that have ballistic vests. Ah, heartburn. Got it. That shit sucks. I mean, I've never seen one, but I don't go out hunting, so I don't know how common they are. God forbid you come across one that's aggressive, even. No. Maybe the ones that listen too much to their leaders. I'd agree with that, Aiden. That sucks. Yeah, but the meth deer, they're not going to have vests on. So the green tips are pointless. You'd want hollow points, but I don't know what kind of damage a hollow point 223 is going to do. Yes. They don't tend to have the funds for stuff like that. Maybe the really pointy ones that are made for tumbling. That'd probably be pretty good. But then you got to really pay attention to what's behind it. I think bomb suits are set up for that kind of stuff, but not for like a 308, 30-06, something like that. It's not going to do anything. It's made for small projectiles. Dude, that's gotta hurt like a bitch. Get hit in the cup. Oh my god. All I can think of now is getting hit in the cup with a 45 ACP. And that just, oh my god. Not the sharp ball. Yeah, I would assume that getting hit with a sharp ball wouldn't feel great. Yeah, hit people with a sharp ball. Just go driving by and throw a sharp ball at them. Sure, that would do something. It depends. Uh, Not that this would be a common thing, but if you cracked your pelvis and it clamped around one of your arteries when it closed, that would do it. A green bruise. I obviously don't get that reference, unfortunately. Oh yeah, you're level 4. Yep. Sure, that felt great. I don't know if this is a common thing for guys, but I've been able to disassociate myself from videos of guys getting hit in the balls. A lot of guys flinch when that happens, and I just sit there and eh. Oh, that would hurt so bad. Not gonna happen. I mean, you see those videos of officers getting shot in the plate, and they're still on the ground for like 30 seconds. It's not comfortable. It hurts like a bitch. You know, I'm gonna try greasing these. Exactly, yeah. You get hit with a 45 in the cup, that ain't gonna feel good. A little more than that. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty damn sure that if you got shot in the cup with a 45, you'd shit yourself. There's no way that you wouldn't. Well, that Loctite didn't do shit. You would expressly evacuate your bowels. That's bad sportsmanship, if you ask me. Sure, anything goes at that point, but still. Yep, for some reason, those colds, man. Holy shit. I get a bad cold and I'm out of commission for like a week minimum. I'm pretty sure that last one was some variant of COVID, but oh my god. That was a different kind of suffering. The flu wasn't even that bad. Well, I can't talk about that without YouTube taking shit down. Never mind. Well, what do you think they were doing with a hot air balloon, or the weather balloon thing that was the size of a golf or a fucking school bus? Ooh, ceramic bearings. Nice. That's actually pretty good for the price. I'm gonna be honest, man. Even if they didn't have COVID, it wouldn't have felt good. Oh yeah, totally, totally normal weather balloon with more shit than we've ever used on a weather balloon. No, see, I'm allowed to talk about the weather balloon thing. I'm not allowed to talk about when COVID stuff happened. They don't like me talking about that shit. Yeah, it's about damn time. It's too bad it wasn't even trying to fight back. Like, whoop de doo, you're 1-0 now. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Now, stop pen. Then the blade. Yeah. You have pink hot? That's a weird choice. Don't you love that? You open the Chinese shopping website one time, and now that's all you get recommended on Instagram. White hot, okay. I was gonna, like, didn't know you could do pink hot. Didn't know that was an option. Yeah, I'm sitting there looking at those aftermarket scales for the Sabenza, and now all I get is recommendations for all those fake knives. Oh wow. What do I have for trade? Not a whole lot, to be honest. Most of the stuff that I have is for sale because I took uh, borrowed money. Not took, like, took a loan was what I was gonna say. Well, you have fun with that. Trying to think of what I can trade, but like the only thing even remotely close to being up for trade is my Spyderco military. I'm not really looking to trade that thing. Oh, you piece of shit. No, the Maximit's mine. I'm not getting rid of that. Unless I absolutely have to. And it wasn't chippy for me. Interesting. Well, if they're all dead, then they can't get educated. Bam. For clarification, we're talking about coyotes. Interesting. Yeah, we have deer walking downtown. I didn't think a 22 short would do anything. Our deer won't do that, but they'll walk through downtown. Oh. Well, time to reach out to them about that, I guess. I don't know anything that shoots 22 short, to be honest. I've never shot anything with 22 short. But can it do it accurately? True. Sounds like it's time to make videos again. I'm expecting here in about 2 weeks, I'm making a decently long review on that Sharpo set. I'm thinking like 20-25 minute video, hopefully. I'm fine with this. All right, YouTube, what kind of topics are you going to recommend this time? Give me something good. Come on, you got this. What song is stuck in your head? No, it asked what song was stuck in your head. So I just said that. We're going to pack some grease into this thing. I'm curious how it reacts. The other ones reacted well. I could see that. I know that song. Actually, I might just keep this way it is. I packed the Civivi full of grease, and it is... Well, it was insanely smooth. I have 2 songs in my head on a regular basis this week. One of them is Free Fall by Nothing More. And the other one is... Sleepwalking by All Time Low. Appreciate it, Pew Pews. Maybe PPP would work. Hopefully you're doing well. Nope, I don't have a buck knife. It is very depressing. That one's sad. But I like that song. I don't have a sword, nope. And this definitely isn't a buck knife. A lot of I Prevail before they went with the new singer. None of the new stuff is depressing enough. Lyrics. I don't know, man. Rex 121 is one of those questionable steels where, like, I have handled it. I just never cut with it. I never sharpened it either. But it's one of those steels where if you don't have the right tools for it, it's not going to be sharp. Do the people you send stuff to, do you send stuff to them often? Do they know you, or is it kind of just, hey, send me your address and I'll send you some fucking expensive shit? That's kind of how it was for me. I don't go hunting, nope. Okay. I'll admit, you telling me, yeah, send me an address and I'll ship you something expensive to check out. I was like, man, this is weird. Oh. Ooh, that sounds pretty fucking good right about now. Unfortunately, we don't have any jelly in the house. It just got more weird. What did? This thing's smooth though. Got it broken in. It doesn't do that loud clack that it did when it opened anymore. I miss that. Well, my word has weight. When I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. Honesty is something that matters to me, and unfortunately, that's not a common thing these days. What sounds heavy? Ah, okay, I get it. Yeah, there isn't really much new stuff that's on the chopping block, to be honest. I've got the MKM. That's I'd rather not trade it, but it's about the only thing that's worth a damn. Yep, we'll see you later, Lou. You have a good one. Let me check what the other stuff I have is. No. I don't remember where anybody is for the most part. I am thinking about getting one of them fixed angle systems to learn angles. Give me something to practice with. Might help me with Tontos as well. I almost regret buying this. Break-in period took about 15 minutes, but because the micro milling on the flats. Oh, you're talking about I was wanting to try one of the cheaper ones out. Yeah. All right, we'll see you later, Aiden. You have a good one. Yeah, I'm not super worried about that. No, I know which one you're talking about. For the clamp, that was. I saw people using it and was watching it flex, and I'm like, dude, that thing's not good. If a KME wasn't so damn expensive, I might have gone for one of those, but. I don't know. I'm thinking something with. I'm not even sure if I want to use diamond plates or not. Because most of the more expensive shit I do by hand anyway, and I do a great job. I need some narrower stones to try with recurves and stuff. No, I know I sharpen well enough. It's more of it's more for resetting angles and learning how to hold other angles. Exactly. Yeah, that's it. If I wanted something at like 18 degrees instead of 20, I can't do that by hand. I'll think about it. I know Venive makes good stuff. I've decided for a while I'm going to be done buying shit for me. And now we're moving into the I'm trying to make money now off of this, which is where selling stuff comes in. I can do it by hand. It just sucks. I don't enjoy it. Benchmade does that too, and I hate it. That's why you see me complaining about Spyderco. That's about my only complaint with Spyderco, to be honest. I do have quite a few options, yeah. But like I said, I think I'm done buying shit for myself for a little bit. I just dropped in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, I spent $997 on knives. I dumped off like 13 knives from my collection just to afford that other knife that I just bought, which I sold them so that I could afford that Sabenza that was on Blade Binge, and then somebody bought it. So I ended up buying something because I didn't want to wait. Sometimes being impulsive sucks, but it should be a good knife. So, and you guys will see it like either next week or the week after next week. And I know that sucks, but sucks for me more because I don't get to play with it. On the bright side, this stream has actually done pretty decent. I was expecting it to be about like last night's. 18 months. Yeah, right. That's like being put on the wait list for a Sabenza. That's not going to happen for me. I need to talk around, see if anybody can help me with making custom scales. Well, yeah, I do. I want more. Here's the thing, again, I want a full custom. right? I'm sorry, last time I saw Trust the Process, it was somebody doing a car build and it looked like shit by the time they were done. No, I don't want a fixed blade. I want a full custom Sabenza. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, no. The Chris Reeve Knife Company doesn't make the custom that I want. And I kind of want to be part of the process. So, guess who's going to be buying Mokatai one of these days? And quite possibly making their own scales. This guy. It's going to suck. I do want to show you guys what this thing's going to look like, though. I haven't seen anything like it yet. Nope. I don't see anything like it. I started with cheap shit. That is exactly what I will be doing, yes. Anyway, I want the scales to look like this. Wow, that doesn't look like almost anything on stream. Anyway, that's what I want it to look like when all is said and done on both sides, because for some reason, every one of these customs that I've ever seen with the custom front scale, the back scale isn't anything special. It's just the factory scale. And I don't want that. I want full custom. I don't want it engraved. I don't want any of that shit. I just want Mokatai because it looks amazing. Yeah, sorry, it just looks like shit on camera. If you go onto Google and look up Mokatai, you'll see that picture and it's just gorgeous. No, I'm just referring to a single custom scale. I'm not saying modify the factory one. I'm saying basically throw it out altogether. When all is said and done and I have a full custom like that, I will have another Chris Reeve fully put back together, basically. Have you seen Armor Core? I don't think I've ever shown Armor Core. There was a full custom engraved Sabenza that I saw like last week, and they had an Armor Core. Why would it chip out? Mokatai is literally just titanium that's forge welded. I don't see why it would cause any issues. Okay. Appreciate you sticking around, Cody. I think it was on Instagram or something. Appreciate the support. Glad you enjoy the streams. Armor Core. Give me a sec to look it up. The thing is, it's beautiful. Sit here and scroll down until I find the knife, I guess. Nice. Always love it when the weekends begin. Maybe, was it on Reddit? The whole thing was hand engraved. Millet on Facebook or on Instagram. It had one of their pocket clips. That's what it was. From Scotland. You're the first person to say hi from Scotland. How's it going? I was sitting there going through their posts on Facebook, and a while back they used to make insane looking pocket clips. There it is. I gotta mute. So here it is. I want to find pictures of it because the dude had some really nice pictures of it. It's not Metal Complexes, it's somebody else's. And it was beautiful because they had it out in, there it is, that right there. They had it out in nature. Fully hand engraved on both sides. Yeah, armor core blade. I was right. Skiff bearings. Wow. I hate the blade shape, but other than that, I'd love to have that knife. So, just so we're clear on this knife, the base model of this, if you bought brand new, that is definitely glass blasted. So, the base model is after tax in my state, $580. I think the pocket clips, I don't know how much those ran actually. Oh, that was an Nkosi. That's not a Sabenza. I just realized that. Which is why when I looked up Sabenza, it wasn't showing up because it's an Nkosi. That is a beautiful knife. But that's the kind of shit we're talking about. When you're going to go full custom, you go all out. This dude didn't quite go all out the way I would have because it still has factory scales. But who is the owner of this thing? Looks like Scott from Sierra Bound. And holy shit, he posts a lot of political shit. I think I'll just stick with the fact that he's got a really nice knife. I think he didn't say how much it cost to have built. I wouldn't expect it to cost anything less than 4,000. Probably. If you can drop that much money on a knife, then it wouldn't surprise me if you had anything else. He had it. Yeah, it's probably like 4 or 5,000, but um, so Chad Nichols, Armor Core, Damascus, which was ground and polished by SG Knives. Oh, I saw these posted on Reddit earlier today. Whole bunch of custom uh, Chris Reeve knives. Yeah, 5K you could get a decent car. Um, and then this dude engraved it. Wow. Really cool stuff. Oh, definitely a work of art. Now you guys are seeing the kind of stuff that I'm talking about getting into. No, it is an art piece at that point. It's more of a statement than a knife saying, guess what? You're broken, I'm not. I'm going to say that that dude has a shit ton of money. But they're still usable as knives. Anyway, so if you guys go on eBay, I'll show you guys something that I've been looking at on eBay. I decided not to buy it, but I could have. It's a custom front scale for a Sabenza. If eBay will load. It's time to stop playing with the Sabenza. Well, apparently eBay doesn't want to load, so that's it then. Then you need to do the whole thing over again. But it's still usable. Niobia tie. That's what it's called. Oh shit, there we go. A custom set of scales. But yeah, finding a custom back scale on that shit is not easy. Well, it looks to me like I need to find out who makes that one. And start looking into if I can get a set made in Mokatai. EMA Forge. Well, let's look up EMA Forge. Oh, the 24 hours of lemons. I know which thing you're talking about. I think they have to cost less than 500. Or maybe it is 5,000. Knife scales. What are Harsey Spartans heat treated to? Sure. Okay. So I'm going to take a wild guess and say a set of scales for a set of Mokatai scales for a Sebenza is going to cost 500, which is significantly less than I thought it was going to be, which is a big deal to me. Then I just need a set of titanium hardware and a reblade. I'm asking about hardness because when you're spending $400 on a knife, it better be good. So, okay. So the ones in MagnaCut are 61 to 63, which is, that's fine. I wouldn't know about that. Again, I haven't been in knives very long compared to some of the other guys. I've only been collecting since 22. Oh, I just figured out the perfect build. Whether I could make it happen or not. God, that blade's gonna be like $1,000. Hardware is gonna be like 70. Okay. Total cost for the Chris Reeve build. 2,200 plus tax. That's a lot less than I thought it was going to be. The problem is finding somebody to make a reblade out of SM100. Never met him. I've looked into rec. Yeah, those things are way overpriced, but he wouldn't make that kind of stuff for me. I don't think anybody makes SM100 anymore. Summit Material Company. Yeah, Rec makes reblades for Benchmades and um, Spydercos. Just to have the blade made in SM100 would be like $1,000. The materials, oh god. Mm. They 3D printed this shit? Damn. Serrations aren't my thing, but a PM2 is a good knife. Never messed with, or I've messed with a native 5, but I've never owned one. Is this dude still around? I hope so. Doesn't look like it. Damn. I missed out on an era, man. I'll look up Rec real quick. You just look up Rec Reblades. And first thing that shows up, Rec Knives. Um, Benchmade Reblades are 400. Spyderco Reblades are 700. I think the matriarch is hilarious. Yeah, we're just talking about reblades though. I didn't. I need to find out. I need to find out companies that'll do metal 3D printing. Uh, no. It's just the blade. You don't even get a knife with it. You need to send him a knife to have it custom fit to your scales. I need more than titanium, bud. Come on. I don't know if he makes Yojimbo and Yojimbo 2 blades. Well, I'm gonna start looking around for companies that can possibly make SM100 for me. Um, damn, this sucks. This shit's gonna cost so much to have made. I didn't know that they did it with a metal 3D printer back in 2016. Damn. And no, the Yojimbo and the Yojumbo were made for self-defense knives. Have you ever looked at SM100? Maybe you haven't seen it before. I thought the rarity was supposed to be a knife that you could fly with. So this is SM100. It's not steel. It's titanium and nickel. And that's just the way it looks when it's heat treated. It is exceptionally rare and extremely expensive when you can find it. Like this one that was, oh, $400 in 2013. You can get all the colors of titanium out of this shit because it is titanium. So then there's the question. Can you forge weld this shit? And can you make, what would it be, mocha nitinol? Oh. I don't think it had great edge retention, but at that point, I don't give a shit because it's supposed to be a full custom. That one would just be specifically for looks, but it is useful. Strider in SM100 and superconductor for the scale. And titanium, flame titanium for the back. And the cost in 2018 was 2,700. No, I'll be honest. At that point, I'm not going for performance. I'm going for looks. So now you guys get what I'm talking about. It is one of the most beautiful blade materials out there that actually takes color. But now you guys probably get why I want this so bad. I didn't hear of it until sometime last year when somebody said, "Hey, have you ever heard of this stuff?" And I said, "No, what is it?" Basically, it's the stuff that they use when you get braces. It's the wire that they use for your braces. Wait a sec. That might be the only way that I can get some of that shit is by going to my local orthodontist. That's gonna sound disgusting, but saying or asking if they'll give me all the clippings from braces and then melting that shit down. That's like my best option. Oh, that's gonna take forever. How many orthodontists are there? Because they just throw that shit away. They don't even know what that shit is. They have no clue. I think I might do that. I don't know. I don't really like how Striders look. There's a lot of unused blade area. Where this thing, like, there's almost nothing that's unused on this. On a Strider, there's like a decent chunk of material that isn't being used. Right there. That whole section. I mean, it's probably my only idea. Nobody makes that shit anymore. And nobody would make it in sheets. I have no idea how much it would cost to have it made in sheets. But it's going to take me years to get enough SM100 or nitinol to make a blade out of it. Literal years. And then there's the other fun part. Titanium doesn't like being around air when it's molten. So it needs to be in a nitrogen or some sort of atmosphere where air isn't involved. I'm going to be honest, I've never heard about Strider until like last year. I heard about Reeve before Strider. Anyway, guys, here in about 2 minutes, I'm going to end the stream. Yeah, it would be a special forge of some sort. Something to make grills. Whatever they make the wire for braces. Never held one of those. Yeah, I'll keep going for like another minute, but other than that, yeah. I ended up going about an hour longer than I wanted to, like I usually do. Who's Jim? Oh, you? Okay. Uh, G10 is fiberglass, not plastic. That's cool though. I didn't know that that's where G10 scales came from. I have seen obsidian knives. They're not very useful. All right, for everybody that's left, if you have any questions or comments, please leave them now. I will answer any questions that I can, and then I will go ahead and end the stream. The knife on the right is a DEF CON Mako. It's in S35 VN and titanium. They don't make them anymore. They're discontinued, but they still have them on their website for $123 or so. This specific color is no longer available on their website, where they are 50% off at $123. But they do have a black wash version of it for the same price, and some colored versions with marbled carbon fiber on them for a little more. Any other questions? The action's all right. Yep, they got them. I recommend buying them before they run out. What's your question, Butter? Kinda seems like Butter probably didn't have a question. Do I go caving? No, I do not. I did rock climbing for a bit, but only on rock walls. I didn't do a whole lot of the natural rock climbing. Likewise, Cody, you have a good one. Any other questions, or we all set? Looks like we're all set. I wouldn't mind going caving. It's not something I wouldn't be interested in. Anyway, hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one. It's good to see you.